9 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Ballard, I have nothing further at this time.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 1317 be advanced to E&R for re-engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. It is advanced for E&R engrossing. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, my understanding is that we will now turn to Legislative Bill 1402. Select file Legislative Bill 1402. First of all, Senator, there are E&R amendments.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move the E&R amendments to LB 1402 be adopted.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The E&R amendments are adopted.
Mr. President, Senator DeBoer would move to bracket the bill until April 18th, 2024.
Senator DeBoer, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I think that I have, and some others have, a fundamental disagreement about what happens to public dollars with respect to education, and about the role that public schools play in the education of our youth. The reason public schools are public is because they have to accept everyone. Anyone who comes to a public school, they have to accept them at the public schools. The idea is that it's there, that education is there. A private school, on the other hand, can choose who to accept and who not to accept. And I support their right as a private institution to say, we know we can't fit more kids. We know that we can't provide the education that this child needs, but the public schools have to figure it out. Yesterday, I think it was yesterday when we talked about this last, I said that OPS had something like 48 languages, but I got a note in that wasn't true. It's something like 116 languages their kids speak. A public school has to take everyone. Our public schools take all the kids. There's no kid in this state that doesn't get educated by the public schools. And I think that's a really important thing to remember. They provide a public good when they provide education. And our public schools are pretty good in Nebraska. Are there some that are not as good as others? I'm sure. Are there some teachers that are not as good as others? Absolutely. Are there some teachers that don't mesh with some students? That's true too. Over all my years of schooling, I had teachers I meshed with, and I had teachers that I didn't mesh with. I had teachers from whom I learned a lot that other students didn't learn a lot from. And I had teachers that I didn't really learn a lot from, and other students did. It isn't a perfect science, pedagogy. Teaching kids, it isn't perfect. When I first got done with law school, I moved down to Kansas City and I practiced down there. I was a young woman at the time, and folks asked me, was I going to have kids, that sort of thing. These are the things you ask young women. And then I got a lot of advice about schools. That I definitely should not send my kids, some said, to private or to public school, that I needed to get them a fancy private school education. And that troubled me. See, I'm a product of OPS. All my siblings as well got a great education there. And it seemed so incredibly something to say, we don't even try to pretend that our public schools are good, or whatever the people who were giving me that advice thought. I just don't think that's true about our public schools. I've gotten some emails in the last 24 hours from constituents, and a couple of stories have really stuck with me. There was a family who wanted to get their kids into a Catholic school because they were Catholic. And they felt that that was important to them to have a Catholic education for their child. They wanted that kind of religious education for their child. They actually lived not very far from where I grew up. And they said they tried to get their child into a Catholic school, and they were told that there wasn't enough room for them. They're able to keep their class sizes smaller because they get to choose who comes to their schools. So they tried another school. At that school, they said the IEP of that student meant, no, they're not going to accept him at that school. So they eventually sent their child to public school, and apparently he's doing great. The ability to choose to turn someone down is kind of the hallmark of what makes it a private school and not a public school. And then it provides services to individuals whom they serve. I think they do a fantastic job. A lot of private schools do a really good job. But they're not a public good. They're not providing a public good because they're not offering to all the public, bring any child. That's what the public schools do. And it's hard if you have to educate every kid just as they come to you. You have to find every kid that maybe doesn't quite match into what you have available. You got to find a way to educate them. The private schools, they can turn kids down because, I think Senator Hunt said that she asked and they said, well, LGBTQ kids, probably they wouldn't take. I know there was a discussion of that a couple of years ago. I think Senator John Kavanaugh's kids moved out of private school at that time. There was something going on in Omaha. I don't know all the details of that. Public dollars go to public schools because they provide a public service. The public service that they provide is that they open their doors to everyone. They find ways to educate every child. And that's what they do. They don't get to choose how small their class sizes are if they don't have money to hire more teachers to make their class sizes smaller, because they have to take all the kids that they have to take. If you want solutions from me, I think probably the single greatest thing we could do
1 minute.
is get smaller class sizes. If we paid them more, we could probably find teachers. That would help some. There are questions on this bill about constitutionality. It was not put to rest. The fact that you can only choose with these funds to go to a private school is different than you can choose from amongst the public and private schools. I oppose this bill. I oppose this bill like I've opposed all the bills, because I think that our public schools are strong and we can make them stronger and we should make them stronger, but also because they provide a public good. They provide an opportunity for every
your
child. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. Senator Dungan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I do rise today, I suppose, in favor of the bracket motion and ultimately opposed to LB 1402. We just had this debate yesterday, so this feels a little bit like Groundhog Day, but I still think a lot of the conversation that we're going to have today bears repeating, and it bears, I think, the worthiness of a conversation. We are talking about a very significant bill. Last year, when we passed LB 753, it was obviously very contentious. It was a very significant bill that was passed that I know had been brought multiple times before. But LB 1402, I think, takes it even a step further and is worthy of conversation. And so I don't want anybody to think that we're just up here wasting time. I think that certainly the things that we're highlighting and discussing with this debate are because we have issues with either the ultimate outcome of LB 1402, or we maybe have issues with the way that it's been written, or the potential, amendments that may or may not effectuate how this is executed. There's a number of issues that people have. But at the end of the day, I think the reality is we all, those who are opposed to it, have a concern about whether or not public dollars should be utilized to go only to private schools. So I wanted to talk a little bit more about what I was discussing yesterday with regards to the constitutionality. Senator DeBoer, I think, alluded to this in her opening and is correct to say the issue of the constitutionality of programs such as this is by no means settled law. And I think that there's been a lot of highlighting of a Supreme Court case by the name of Lindstrom yesterday that I think it was articulated that settled the issue. And it's already been decided by the Supreme Court, and it's obvious that this kind of bill is constitutional. I respectfully disagree. And I think that the actual holding, meaning the ultimate point of the case in Lindstrom, is being misinterpreted by that analysis. All of this boils down to the Nebraska Constitution. The Nebraska Constitution, which states that you are not allowed to give public money to private institutions. And in the Lindstrom case, which was decided back in 1980 or 81, I believe, the crux of that case was a modification of the Nebraska Constitution where they had changed the wording of the actual provision in 1972, and they changed it from you're not allowed to give state money in aid of a secular institution or something to that effect. They changed it in 1972 to say that you cannot appropriate public funds to a private institution. So the delineation that we're talking about is the change from in aid of, to the word to. What that did is it changed the way that our Nebraska Supreme Court analyzed programs that provided some benefit to a private institution or a private K through 12 school. Prior to that change, they had found multiple programs unconstitutional if they even had an incidental benefit to a private institution. So a good example of this is a book exchange program, or let's say scholarships. You provide a scholarship, and that scholarship could be used at a public institution, or it could be used at a private institution. What the Supreme Court said was that back before we changed the Constitution, that was unconstitutional because it provided money that could go to or could be used in aid of a private institution. However, once it was changed in 1972 and the word to was used, the Supreme Court changed the way they analyzed these cases. What they ultimately decided in that Lindstrom case was that if you are providing this service, the real question that you have to decide is whether or not that benefit that is going to the private institution is incidental and can also be used at a public institution, or is it—
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Or is it only going to a private institution? This was then, and I'm going to talk about this if I have a chance to talk on the mic again, there was another case that was decided a year after that, and it actually has to do with busing to a private school in my district, up in the Meadow Lane neighborhood in Northeast Lincoln. And the court even honed in a little bit more on the holding in that case. And they essentially said that the benefit that goes to a private institution, if it is incidental of that appropriation, that's fine. But it can't be the entire purpose of the appropriation. And what we have in LB 1402 is an intentional appropriation that cannot go to a public institution. It can only go to a private institution. It is intentional, and that is the purpose of the appropriation, and that is why it runs afoul of our Constitution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Duncan. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I rise in support of the bracket motion. I appreciate Senator Duncan's reference to Groundhog Day. Well, first I wanted to talk about, I said at some point yesterday that I vote for A bills even when I don't support the bill, and then I did vote for the A bill to advance on this bill after the fact. And then people have emailed me and said, why do you vote for A bills? So here's the deal. And again, I always say I learned this from Mike Flood, just so my Republican friends will listen, my Norfolk friends. So Mike Flood said he always voted for A bills because the bill itself is where you make the policy decision. The legislature makes a policy decision, we fight about it, and you can vote against it. But once the legislature's made that decision to enact a policy, we have an obligation to fund it. We've already made the decision, and it's baked in how much it costs. The A bill is just kind of like the functional execution of that. So it's kind of a full faith and credit of the legislature and the state to say, we've made a decision to do this action. It costs this money. Now we have to actually write the check. And so I happen to agree with Senator Flood, now Congressman Flood, in that philosophy that you can disagree with an idea, but even if you disagree with it, the legislature makes the decision to do it. We have an obligation as a state to actually pay for the things that we've decided to do. I've certainly opposed a lot of expenditures in my time here, and I've certainly, I haven't actually proposed that much of an expenditure, believe it or not. I try to come up with ideas that don't cost anything. But anyway, so that's what it is. So folks, if you're watching again tonight, it's just that A bills are not establishing the policy. The bill itself establishes the policy. The A bill is just paying for the policy that the legislature decided. Anyway, so I support the bracket motion and again oppose LB 1402. And there's a lot of reasons, but my most basic reason for opposing 1402 is we passed 573, I think is last year, 753. So we passed 753 last year. A lot of folks went out and collected signatures on petitions, including myself. Got 117,000 signatures across something like 50 counties, and met the petition obligation to place the referendum on the ballot to invalidate that action of the legislature. So the voters of Nebraska want an opportunity to be heard on this. And this bill is an end run around that process. All of those 117,000 folks who have expressed their opinion up to this point, and all of the voters in November, when this would ultimately be in front of them, faced on the ballot, are not going to have their opportunity to be meaningfully heard on this issue because the legislature is taking action to undermine that by passing LB 1402. So that's really the most basic reason I oppose this bill. I oppose the policy, of course. I oppose 753 last year. I opposed the previous iterations in the previous years. And again, I did collect signatures. So I've done all of the things within the confines of the democratic process that I can do to express my opinion and represent my constituents on this. And I will tell you, I looked it up, it was something like 3,200 So 3,200 of my constituents signed the petition. I think I saw Senator Hunt's district had maybe the most, with 4,100 in a district. And one of the ones I was surprised to see was Senator Clemens actually had a few more signatures in his district than I had in my district. So my district was thank you, Mr. President, one of the top petition signature districts. Senator Clemens was even higher than mine. So Senator Clemens, I don't know if that means what that means to you, but something over 3,000 of your constituents would like to have their opportunity to vote on this. But again, I oppose the concept of voucher programs, of giving money to private K through 12 schools for specifically the purpose of going around the state public education system. Just Senator Boris' question, my kids do go to my local public school that's 2 blocks from my house, and they love it. It's a great school. It is the magnet school for the deaf and hard of hearing in OPS. It's fantastic. They have a great speech pathology program there as well. A lot of special ed students, and public schools are,
That's your time.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator.
President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Armendariz, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I look around the chamber, I can't really picture anybody that is against this bill that has grown children, that has sent them through an inner city school that I know of. You can certainly call me out on that. I do know some folks have sent their kids to private schools that are opposed to this, or have opted out of OPS, or their neighborhood schools that are opposed to this. And to say that OPS, probably OPS in particular, but a lot of districts in our state do have English as second language learners, do have poverty to deal with. Yep, that's the way it is. We are still obligated to teach those kids and everybody else. So to say, well, they have all of these obstacles, to me is, you're saying that's the best we can do. The bottom, 16 or 17% proficiency in math is the best we can do, I guess, because they have all these obstacles, then there are no other options. I did go to an inner city school. My parents did not have a choice. There were 5 of us. We were poor. There was violence, abuse, drug abuse. My brother was incarcerated, bullied. All of these things happened to my family in our inner city school. And we did not have a choice unless my mother and father could scrape up the money, which they did not. And my brother ended up in prison by the time he was 19 years old. Maybe we are in our public schools trying to do too many things for too many people. And we're doing not much of anything for everyone. At 17% proficiency, 26% in English. And I did glance through the schools at a glance book that we received, and we're not much higher than 50% anywhere. There is one surrounding district of OPS, Elkhorn. They're doing really, really well comparatively. Average ACT scores in 23+%. But guess what? They don't take anybody outside their district. OPS can't opt into Elkhorn. They don't take them. So if you think OPS has an option, now West Side, the residents of West Side, 80% of the residents do not have school-age children, so they have room. They have infrastructure and they can't fill their buildings because they don't have any kids that live there anymore. So West Side is an option, not as good as Elkhorn. Still, Miller's not as good either. So if you think that there are options, there really aren't. these are options that might work for some kids. So if you think we need to address poverty, most people in this room don't understand what these kids are going through. Appreciate the effort, but you don't understand. Discipline and grit gets you out of poverty.
1 minute.
Exposure to things outside of your neighborhood gets you out of poverty. Locking you down into a school that's not working for you does not get you out of poverty. I don't blame the teachers. I don't blame the leadership. A lot of the parents have lost faith, so they're disengaged. We have to figure out a way to re-engage parents. We lack the ability to mandate participation by parents, or nobody wants to do that. So then there we are. We're suffering the lack of effectiveness in our public schools that we pay for. And I guess some people are okay with that because there's too many hurdles. Bring us options. If we have schools that
That's
are
your time.
better, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Armendariz. Senator Von Gillerin, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Senator Armendariz for sharing her personal story. I visited with her just a little bit ago and shared with her that her testimony the other evening was also quite compelling. And unless you have a personal story, this doesn't mean as much to you. And I've shared the personal story of my family, my kids and grandkids that have gone through challenges, and what the opportunity to attend a school that was far, far better than the one that they were trapped in, the impact that that's made on those kids. And we're still, I've got my grandson is 12 years old, and he's still almost a year behind in some of his subjects, but he's also made a year of catch up. He was 2 years behind when this year started. So he's made a year catch up, and he's heading in a good direction. And his younger sister is on a good path also. So I've seen it personally. Senator Armendariz has seen it much more personally than even I have. It's a lived experience for her, and I thank her for sharing that experience. I'm going to read a letter that's just it's kind of my, I don't want to say form letter, but a letter that my staff and I are sending out to folks that have reached out on 1402. And it goes like this. It says, last evening, the legislature advanced LB 1402, which appropriates funds for scholarships for students who are in challenging school and or financial circumstances that prevent them from succeeding academically. It's been said over and over again on the floor this year that we must do all that we can for marginalized kids to ensure that they have the same opportunities as others. This is another way to accomplish that worthy goal. Some districts are struggling to meet standards. If you're a family of modest means in one of those districts, you have no choice but to make the best of it. Proficiency scores of 22% in reading, 21% in science, and 16% in math gain the attention of parents who want better for their kids. Option enrollment, parenthetically public school choice, has been in place for years and is also funded by the state of Nebraska. However, changing districts is not always an option due to the high-performing districts being at capacity. This is something that Senator Armendariz just mentioned about Elkhorn. Back to the letter. This further reduces a family's options. LB 1402 was reduced to a $10 million a year grant to scholarship granting organizations, nonprofits, that provide scholarships to the neediest of children to take to the school that works best for them. This is a small sum compared to the additional $1.3 billion that was allocated from the state last year for public education, and the additional $500 million or so that is in the tax package that'll be heard on the floor today. That was $388 that we finished a little while ago. I'm a strong supporter of and have had generally positive experiences with public schools, but more importantly, I'm a supporter of each child getting the education that the state promises them. I intend to continue my support for LB 1402 as amended. Thank you for your consideration. With that, I yield back my time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Von Gillerin. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I didn't speak on this issue yesterday because I think there are a lot of people in the queue and there wasn't a whole lot more I could add, but I do want to mention a couple of things here that I think are probably noteworthy. I continue to get frustrated when I hear false things said on the mic, and I think it's important that people are listening, that they get really what the facts are. I think, first of all, let's make it clear, I don't know how many emails I've gotten that we're taking money away from public schools with this kind of program. Well, let's investigate that a minute. Last year, the state of Nebraska put and committed $1.3 billion in new money from the state to public education. $1.3 billion. At the same time, let's look at option enrollment. As Senator Von Gilleren just mentioned, that's public school choice. If you don't want to stay in the school you're at, try to option out to go to another school district. When you do that, the state of Nebraska pays roughly $12,000 per net option student. In other words, you get kids in, you get kids out. Whatever that net number of growth is, you get $12,000 a kid. Well, there were 25,000 option students last year. Cost the state of Nebraska about $125 million. $125 million. How much funding is in 1402? $10 million. 10. We're paying $125 million to public schools for option enrollment. Senator DeBoer made a comment earlier that why doesn't this $10 million get used for all kids? Well, here's an idea. Why don't we let's not do 1402. Let's just make a change in the option enrollment and make it open to all kids and to all schools. So that rather than that option enrollment for public schools, let's allow an option enrollment to whatever school you want to go to, public or private, and let's divvy up that $125 million a year. How would that work? So there is no money coming out of public schools. We're funding them at higher levels than we've ever funded before. Let's also keep in mind, this year, we were thinking there was going to be a $20 million decrease in our TIOSA funding. Instead, it went up by $94 million. That's what changed our budget growth this year, was TIOSA. 30 million of that went to OPS. It had to do with free and reduced lunch numbers and how the TIOSA formula works. So I'm tired of hearing about we're taking money away from public schools, because we're not. I'm tired of hearing about it's unconstitutional, because it's not. Let's also remember that this 1402 deals only with low-income kids. So at the end of the day, let's really try to deal with facts, and the fact that all of the parents out there that have kids, if they own a house or they rent a house, they're paying property taxes, and that's going to their public school. Their private school gets none of the property.
longer because the scholarship granting organization has disappeared out of the bill. So that means that your tax dollars can go to private out-of-state companies to distribute to our private schools in Nebraska. So your tax dollars can go out of state based on how I'm reading it, and I can be wrong. So Senator Von Gillern suggested telling personal stories. I'm going to tell you my personal story. So my kids have had a combination of both public and private schools for different reasons. And it had nothing to do with public schools not being adequate, by the way. And when my oldest graduated from Gross High School, my father-in-law, who's a multimillionaire, by the way, or was, came to graduation and told us how disappointed he was because of the lack of diversity in the high school. What a shame it was that we sent our child to a school that appeared to have not one person of color in the graduating class. And he thought that that was a horrible lesson for our child. And to be really frank, we'd never noticed that. And he was actually right. Now, I know you're going to say, well, the scholarship's going to resolve that issue, but is it? Because if you have a non-English speaking child, the private schools aren't required to take that child. If your child needs accommodations, the private school isn't required to take that child. LGBTQ, I go back to Gross High School. All of the people that were gay did not announce that they were gay until after they got out of high school because they would not have been able to stay in high school.
1 minute.
Because that's that private school's choice. And now we see all these fine adults that have shown us that they identify differently as adults that weren't allowed that luxury as teenagers. What a horrible way to live. I think that we're missing the boat, that if you really feel confident that this is the right thing to do, I don't think voting 1402 up is the way to do it. I think letting the people vote once and for all, letting the taxpayers decide once and for all, that's the way to do it. That's democracy. Why are we so scared of democracy? Let's show them that they can trust government, that we believe they know best as to what they want to do with their tax dollars. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Merman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. Yesterday during the debate, I heard the argument a few times that if private schools accepted students based on scholarships from public money, they would somehow have to comply with all sorts of additional government rules. The claim went on to say that this would somehow pressure religious schools to not freely be able to practice their religion. This would be a valid concern, but we have examples right now to show it's not because we already have public dollars going to private religious schools at the college level. We have the GI Bill, which allows our service members and veterans to go to private religious schools on a public scholarship. We have the Pell Grants, which allow low-income students to go to private religious schools on a public scholarship. So if the opponents who make this claim truly believe it, they should at least be logically consistent. They should stand up and say, I don't want our veterans to be able to use the GI Bill at Creighton University. They should stand up and say that they don't want low-income students to be able to use their Pell Grants at Nebraska Wesleyan. But I'm pretty confident they aren't going to stand up and say that. In fact, I'm pretty confident they support these programs. I'm just asking for consistency. I'm happy with students being able to use the GI Bill or Pell Grants at Concordia or Hastings College. The students who go to these schools choose to go there rather than one of our great public colleges for numerous reasons, but they all share a common point. Each student has their own specific needs. We as a state and a nation have historically used these programs based on public funds to go to private institutions. All we are asking for with LB 1402 is to be able to have that consistency with K-12 education. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senator Merman. Senator Holdcroft, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today in support of Legislative Bill 1402. It's been said that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Yet that's exactly the situation Nebraska parents are in with our schools. Every year, we send 300,000 kids through the exact same school system with the same buildings, the same people, and the same results. The only thing that seems to change is the money. And the only way that changes is by going up. Our system today relies most heavily on local property taxes. We spend about $5.3 billion on education, with about $3 billion from property taxes and local sources, $1.6 billion from the state, and $650 million from the federal government. Overall, we spend more than $17,500 per student per year. Yet we expect the very best, unique, perfect result for every one of those kids. 86% of children in Nebraska work their way through this exact same system day after day, year after year. But every single person in this chamber who's a parent knows that one size fits all just doesn't work with kids, and that we do a disservice to our kids to think that's good enough for any of them. Raising a kid isn't an assembly line where every unit achieves the same result with the same input. It's wrong to trap kids in that kind of a system with no way out when it doesn't work. That's why it's time for LB 1402. By giving families a different option, we're giving them hope when the assembly line doesn't work for them. By giving families choice, we're giving them new opportunities instead of trapping them in a broken cycle, or if not broken, a cycle that a parent could see would break their child. By giving families a new path, we're giving them accountability instead of frustration at doing the same thing year after year. I understand that education is a calling, and the problem today isn't with the teachers and professionals who are doing their best. I know that no one ever went into the education field expecting to get rich. And I know there are teachers throughout our state trying their very best, going above and beyond, making a difference one kid at a time. But ultimately, it's the system that is letting them down at the same time it's failing our students. I understand that it might be frustrating for the members of this legislature to be discussing this issue over and over again with uncertainty about the final results. I'd like to take a lead from Senator Jacobson now and talk about costs. With the bills, if we pass this tax package, we will, as Senator Linehan has said, we will have moved from 48th in the nation. We're currently 26th in the nation for state support, K through 12, and we will move to number 8 in the nation. The state will provide more than $12,000 per child. $12,000 per child from the state, not from property tax, not from the federal government, but from the state. Now think about it. We hear $10 million. How's that calculated? Thank you, Mr. President. How was that calculated? 2,000 scholarships at $5,000 each. That's how we came up with 10 million. Now, $5,000 won't get you into high school. It'll certainly get you into an elementary school. And so it's an average. And we expected more students from low-income families will be going into elementary school than high school. But think about that, $5,000 to take a student out of public schools and put them in a private school where they want to be. That is a savings of $7,000 to the state, because we're paying $12,000 for their education. And now we are only paying $5,000 to move them into private school. Another way to look at this is there are about 36,000 students in private school. If we had to pay for those students at $17,000 or $12,000 apiece, it would cost the state an additional
That's your
$600.
time.
Thank you.
Thank you,
President.
thank you, Senator Holcroft. Senator Kauth, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, everybody who has stuck around late, watching online and here in the legislature. I don't know if we have any lobbyists still out there yet, but I appreciate everyone listening to this debate. This bill is for the absolute poorest children who are not doing well in their school, who want to go somewhere that will fit them better. And I think we need to pay attention to that word, want. This is for the kids who are going to work hard and get that scholarship and choose to go somewhere to improve themselves. Making that choice is really, really important for success. It is the state's responsibility to provide each child in our state an education. That's something that we have agreed upon. It's critically important that we not miss the window of opportunity for a child to learn. Not every kid is going to do well in every educational setting. Some schools have truly terrible results. 22% proficiency in reading, 21% proficiency in science, and 16% proficiency in math. I want you to think about that. As we churn out kids who may or may not be doing well in school, 16% proficiency in math. 16 out of 100 kids could give you change, could think about a word problem, could go into a job and work and use critical thinking skills and math skills. We have got to do better. Children who do not have the ability to change schools due to finances should not be held captive in a school that does not serve them well. And I think what Senator Holdcroft said about kids are not identical. We can't mass produce them. They're not widgets. They can't be mass produced, mass managed, and possibly mass educated. LB 1402 has now been reduced to a $10 million per year grant to scholarship granting organizations, which are nonprofits, that provide scholarships to the neediest of children to take to the private school that works best for them. This provides poor children an option to find the school that fits them best and in no way, shape, or form harms public schools. The state provides hundreds of millions of dollars of grants to nonprofits of all types with no negative impact on public schools. I sit on the Revenue Committee, and all year we have people coming in and presenting us their story. We talk about child care tax credits, all sorts of tax credits, all sorts of grants needed. Not one of those hundreds upon hundreds of millions of dollars of grants is harming public school. And I started asking people in the Revenue Committee, I wanted to get it on the record. Do you think if we give you this money, this is going to harm public schools? And most of them had no idea what I was talking about. Why would it? The public school system receives hundreds of millions of dollars from the state each year, with significant increases made last year with an Education Future Fund set up to ensure consistent funding for public schools. They also added, almost doubled the amount provided for special ed students. I'm a strong supporter of public schools. Millard has done an incredible job. My kids did great there. But more importantly, I am a supporter of each child getting the education the state promises them. It is always shocking to me to hear people so overprotective of public schools, again, which receive hundreds of millions of dollars each year.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. That they would deny a desperately poor child the ability to learn in an environment that fits them best. Education is always and always should be about the child, not about the system. I intend to continue to support our responsibility as a state to provide the best fit education to every child. And I am so grateful that Senator Linehan continues to keep this issue in the forefront, and I intend to support 1402 as amended. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kauth. Senator Bostoman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, Nebraska. Good evening, colleagues. Didn't have a chance to speak to 1402 when we're on general file, so I'll take the opportunity now to share some information with you from what we have received and what I know. Providing tax credits for private education is not something that's unusual, and it's not something that that's currently not done. Actually, it's done quite a bit across the state. Right now, we have tax credits for public colleges and universities. There's a 529 tax credits for it's called the College Savings Plan. That has a state income tax deduction. There's the Nebraska Opportunity Grants. There's early childhood education. Boys Town, Phoenix Academy for Readers. There's a host of opportunities for which private dollars and public dollars are used for private education. I want to read something to one of the scholarship or an individual a parent of a child who was looking for funding to assist them for their child's need, to meet the child's need. And it says, I'm a single parent trying to grant my son's wishes of attending a school where he will be able to get more one-on-one help from the teachers. I cannot afford it by myself. It would mean so much to us to get assistance. What would this mean to your family? Receiving, and this is scholarships for private schools. It says receiving the scholarship would mean a dream come true. That means that I can take a deep breath. I can take a deep breath and continue to save for a proper and better living situation for me and my sons. It's very important to us to have our daughter in a smaller classroom due to her having autism. She has been attending pre-K at a certain school for 2 years, and the environment is a private school, and the environment is so welcoming. It is incredibly rewarding to be acknowledged by the state of Nebraska with a scholarship as a military family. We had to remove our son from public school due to assault and extreme bullying. Out of concern for his sister having to face the same issues, we are looking to enroll her in private school in an effort to protect her from the best of our, to protect her to the best of our ability. We are incredibly grateful for the opportunity to apply for this scholarship to help ease some of the burden our family has endured in recent years. I believe it's a start to a new beginning for them. I want to see them achieve their highest level of performance. It would mean everything as a single mom to be able to give them an opportunity I never had. It would mean peace of mind, knowing we will be able to afford his education. He has big dreams, and I just want to be able to support him in any way I can. And in fact, there's a young man out in the rotunda. If you haven't gone out and talked to him yet, maybe you should. He's a young man who benefited from such of a scholarship, such of an opportunity to go to a private school, and now is going to college, furthering his education. I believe it's for his doctorate, but that wouldn't be possible without the opportunities that he's had because of the grant and the scholarship funding that he had help with to get him into a school that specifically met his needs that he needed at that young age. That's the life-changing thing for certain students, for certain children in the state. That's what this is about. This isn't about every student, every child. There are students that have certain needs that don't fit maybe in a classroom. Maybe it's bullying, maybe it's a reading thing, maybe it's dyslexia.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Hunt, you are recognized to speak. Senator Mosier, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues, and good evening, Nebraskans that are still with us, watching at home. Private school students private schools provide an alternative for people for whom public schools are not a perfect fit. And the availability of two school systems can go both ways. We have three daughters, and all three of them started out in Catholic school. And when the oldest one got through sixth grade, she decided to go to public school. She liked some of the programs better, and it was a better fit for her. But not everybody can afford to send their kids to private school. And so this bill allows students who qualify, lower income or have some disadvantages, to apply for a scholarship to go to a private school. Doesn't guarantee that they can go, but they may have the opportunity to go. Some have complained that we're changing, or well, first of all, that this bill is just like last year's bill. And this bill is different than last year's. One of the biggest complaints last year was the funding mechanism and the tax credits. So Senator Linehan, to her credit, changed that to an appropriation. She reduced the appropriation to 10 million. So she reduced it, 60%, whatever that is. And it gives students the opportunity to apply for a scholarship. Some have decried the fact that we would change this and have a new program, while some are out there campaigning against last year's bill. And they tout the fact that, that they've received, I think what I heard was 117,000 signatures. And when you consider that the public schools have 27,000 teachers, 117,000 signatures isn't quite as impressive. Plus, they spent 1.6 million, 1.7 million. You divide that by 117,000, and it's not exactly an organic movement. They spent $15 a signature to get those signatures. Think about that. $15 a signature. I admire Senator Linehan for having the strong resolve and the drive to keep bringing this back and battling against the odds. I admire her greatly for wanting to take this on. But nonetheless, I'm not doing it because I like Senator Linehan. I'm doing it because I'm voting for it because I think it's right. I think it's right. Almost every other state has some form of either vouchers or tax credits or some kind of aid to private schools. Almost every other state. There's one state, I believe, that doesn't have. So it's not something that makes Nebraska an outlier, but I think some are worried that this is the camel's nose under the tent, and that, there will be further bills that will give better benefits to those who apply to private school. I wouldn't worry about future bills.
1 minute.
We only have one in front of us right now, and it could be a lot stronger support for private schools. I think it's a reasonable approach. And so I ask for your support for 1402. Thank you.
Senator Linehan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues, for those of you who are here on the floor. And I know it's late, and I know it's in the end, and I know you're tired, but I do appreciate the people that are still around. And appreciate all the people that have spoken in favor of 1402. I've listened, I've been here. I'm going to correct some things that have been said tonight, said last night, said last year, said 3 years ago, ever since I've worked on this issue. Senator Moore said it tonight. Public schools have to figure out, they have to take all kids. Well, that is true to this extent. If a child lives in their district, by federal law, not by some wings of angels, by federal law, they have to, that child has to receive an appropriate education by federal law. And that's only been since the 70s. What we used to do with children with special needs is send them off to homes. Senator Brandt would be familiar with this, Senator Dorn. When I was a student in high school, I graduated in 73, we visited once a year at least, maybe twice a year, the Beatrice Developmental Home. That's what we used to do. And then sometime in the 70s, rightfully so, we decided that's not that good of an idea. We ought to keep kids, even if they have issues, home with their families and give them support and educate them in public schools. Before that, there was the Lutheran, and Senator Brandt would be better at this than I am. I have a sister-in-law who works for them now. It used to be the Lutheran home, and I'm horribly embarrassed and hope she's not watching because I can't, but maybe Senator Brandt can help me. But the truth is, in Nebraska, as we said last night, we have option funding. We have option funding to go with option enrollment. We've had parent and student after parent and student come to the Education Committee the last several years, and Senator Conrad and Senator Wayne would address this, were turned down for option enrollment because they had an IEP. So please don't stand up here and say every public school has to take every kid. They don't, and they do not. The first question on the option enrollment form, and I handed it out. First question, well, the first question is student name, okay. But when it gets down to, tell us about yourself, does this student require special education services? Yes, in most cases. I'm not saying all cases, but in most cases, every school will tell you they have no room, because you can turn down an option student if you have no room, and schools will tell you they have no room in their special ed classes. I'm tired of that. I've heard it for 7 years, and it is not true, and we've had many people come to the Education Committee and tell us it's not true, so don't please stand up and keep saying it. Also this tonight, and I heard this all summer and I've heard it past, these fancy private schools. Really? I think prep in Omaha is probably the fanciest public school we have, in a private school we have in Nebraska. They don't even have a football field.
1 minute.
They do not have a football field, folks. Senator Frederickson stood up and said, we don't even know what their test scores are. Not true. Accredited improved schools have to take standardized, nationally normed tests. It's in the regulations. They have to take them. We don't even have our own schools take nationally normed tests. We have our schools take a test that we make up. And then when we feel like it, we move the bar to say, well, last year we had too many needs improvement schools, so this year we're going to move the bars where the measurement is. I know that people get up and I have tried to support, I've not tried to support public schools. They're getting $1 billion education trust fund, $328 million more
Senator.
dollars last year.
Senator Bosden, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. This issue, I think it's unfortunate that it has become as divisive as it has become. I taught at UNL at the College of Law before taking this job and being told I couldn't do both. I was a full-time public schools substitute teacher between law school and undergrad. My mother was a public school teacher. My grandmother was a public school teacher, and I am a strong advocate for the public schools, and I plan to continue to do that. I think you can support this bill and still believe that we have some of the best public schools in the country in Nebraska. You can support this bill and still advocate for public schools, our teachers, and our students. I think it's unfortunate and somewhat concerning that our public schools have taken the stance that this is an attack on them, because I don't think that does anyone a good service. I have more confidence in our public schools and our teachers than that would reflect. What is the answer then for a family who cannot afford a private education or is by all accounts the victim of circumstances beyond their control? These are kids who are below the poverty line, the victim of bullying. They are in foster care. Their parents are overseas for military service, things of that nature. Why should their income be the deciding factor? And ultimately, when I listen to the debate, and I've listened to the entire debate, and I hear Senator Wayne say, kids should have this opportunity, and I'm quoting, not by chance, not by lottery, not by privilege, but by right, I struggle to think that this is anything other than a parent making the decision of what's in the best interest for their child as far as their education. And it's not an attack on our public schools, because I do think we have good, I went to the public schools. I hope that no one walks away from win, lose, or draw on this bill and thinks that those who supported it are not advocating for our public schools, because I think the record shows that we've passed legislation to enforce good policies for our public schools, to fund them, to make the changes that they are asking us to make time and time again. With that, I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Erdman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening. I've listened to the comments on the school choice bill for a number of years. Senator Linehan has been stated as a champion for this bill, and I appreciate that. I shared this information with her yesterday. I get a news release every day from across the country. It says here the release was Louisiana House overwhelmingly passes school choice. It says school choice keeps marching through the South and is another sign that the Southern region is destined to remain economically dominant in the years to come. The vote was on HB 745, 7232, with 6 Democrats voting yes and 6 Republicans voting no. The bill will make Louisiana the 12th universal school choice state. Our new favorite governor is new favorite Democrat is Representative Jason Hughes, who said before his vote, I know the political ramifications for me for voting for this bill, but I don't need this $16,800 a year job. They get more than we do. I can't believe that. $18,600 a year job, bad enough to watch our children continue to live in poverty, trapped in failing schools, and I need to try to do something about it. In the event that I'm not reelected, this is what I know. My steps are ordered. My heart is pure. I came here to do tough things. I came here to make tough decisions, and I came here to put children first. Amazing. Put children first. So the first 2 years I was here, I served on the Education Committee. Senator Groney was the chairman. Omaha Public Schools had, in my memories right, it was like 81 grade schools, 81. 29 of those 81 schools, the third graders could not read to third grade level. When the question was asked, the superintendent, how do you fix that? You can all answer that because you know the answer, more money. And Senator Groney asked the question, show me a time when more money resulted in better performance of the students. Never did see that information. So you may have all seen the Student at a Glance document that LRO put together. Our public schools, and Senator Linehan alluded to this in her comments, very, very poor performance. So they have changed the way they calculate the performance of the schools so it looks better. Omaha Public Schools has a 74% graduation rate, 74. I read an article earlier this session that said they are projecting one half of the freshman class at Omaha Public Schools will not graduate from high school. We have a problem. So what this bill is to do is to give, as Senator Bosson rightfully described, young people who need an option other than public schools a chance. There are kids who have dyslexia. There are children who have issues the public school is not meeting. It's a chance for those people to succeed. And I have a good friend who has had or still has dyslexia, been very successful when they got the right instruction.
1 minute.
So it's an opportunity for us to give those children who need a hand up a chance to advance. When you have competition, things get better. And I think that it's time for our public schools to have a little competition to make them understand that they have to do a better job of instructing our kids so they can get an education. Thank you.
Senator Aguilar would like to welcome a special guest tonight. Dean Denhart, his son, is seated under the south balcony. Please rise and be welcomed by your Nebraska Legislature. Senator Meyer, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to go back a little while in history. The option enrollment program actually was signed into law by Governor Kay Orr in 1989 and went into effect for the 1991-92 school year. I was on the St. Paul Board of Education at the time, and I think we had maybe one student the first year, maybe two students the second year. And both of those cases, it was just a matter of that they lived closer to another school. They were on the outer fringes of our school district, so they optioned over there. A couple years later, the mantra of the option enrollment program was that the little bit larger schools, especially in rural Nebraska, could offer more opportunities in band, vocal music, chemistry, science, maybe voc ag, all kinds of things like that. And that was a selling point for the option enrollment program. And many kids took advantage of that. A few years later, it became, I'll be honest, it became more of an athletic recruiting tool, even though it was not supposed to be. So what started in 1991, so we're going on 32 years of this program. We're spending $125 million a year for kids, public school kids, to have the option to go to whatever school they want. And I'll tell you another story about in my district, or in my legislative district. We have a small school 10 miles from St. Paul, a great paved highway. Because of the option enrollment program, they drive a school bus twice a day to Grand Island to pick up enough students. I think they were probably not happy with the Grand Island School District for whatever reason, and they were able to option up to Elba. I'm not sure what those students cost, but when you run a bus 30 or 35 miles twice a day to pick up a handful of students, maybe a few more, it gets really, really expensive. So needless to say, the option enrollment program has given kids in Nebraska a far, far wider window to get the kind of education that their parents want for their kids for all kinds of reasons. And I really don't understand, if the petition drive would have been maybe a year or two after it had been signed into law and there was a feeling across Nebraska that it wasn't working, I could kind of understand the NSCA, and let's be honest, that's who was promoting the initiative drive. Before the ink was even dry, they were sending scores of petition signers out to overturn a law that they had no idea whether it was going to work or not. It was just based on their thoughts. And I, after listening to several hours last night, an hour or more tonight, in this body, if you were to ask those 117,000 folks who signed that petition, if they would hear the arguments that we have heard in this body tonight, they would not have gotten a fraction of those signatures. And I've been around long enough. I know that when people are circulating petitions, that they maybe cut the corners a little bit here, a little bit there, telling the whole story about what the petition may or may not do. But if Nebraskans were allowed to hear the passionate stories that we've heard on the floor of the legislature the last two nights, you would have to think that the option and the scholarship program is what Nebraska needs. The other point I want to make real quickly is that if you were a professional person wanting to move here from, say, Des Moines or Chicago or Kansas City, and you had a small family, one of the first questions you might ask is, well, Nebraska have a voucher program or an option enrollment program to go to a private school. And if you had to say no, that could be a deal breaker for people moving to Nebraska, because that is a drawing card for many, many young professional couples that want to tailor the education that their children are getting, and that's their prerogative. We give everybody the option, in Nebraska, that there's a choice that they would make. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Brandt, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, Nebraska. The legislature passed LB 753 last year, and 117,000 Nebraskans petitioned the government, this government, of the state to put it to a vote of the people this November. We should wait to see what the people decide. All of my many emails this past week, except one on 1402, are opposed. We've listened to the voice of the people on other petitions, voter ID, racetracks and casinos, and the death penalty. And so I guess my question is, when did we stop listening to our constituents? Article 7, Section 11 of the Nebraska Constitution states that the state of Nebraska cannot appropriate public money for private schools. And that is something that I truly believe is happening here. And that's why I've consistently opposed opportunity scholarships. Private schools are just that, private and are a personal choice. I'm a product of both. I attended a parochial school through the 7th grade and then public school after that, a public university, and I got a fine education. I'm a little concerned when I hear some of the concerns expressed by some of the senators on the floor, and I'm not so sure that you can just blame a school system for that. Usually I find that there's more involved than just one side of the argument. My district, District 32, has over 9,000 public school kids and about 350 private school kids. For these reasons, I stand opposed to 1402, and I'd like to yield the rest of my time to Senator Linehan.
Senator Linehan, 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Brandt. So here's what I'm going to say about the petition. And I'm going to get in trouble here because I'm not a history expert, but I have read 2 or 3 biographies of George Norris. And I also worked in Washington, D.C., where he found great frustration because of something called a conference committee. So a conference committee is when the House passes something, the Senate passes something, and then they pick a handful of congressmen, a handful of senators, and they go in a room, lock the door, and don't let the press in, and then things come out of conference committee that were not in either bill. I've sat in some conference committees. So he was against those. So we have open executive meetings here. The press is right over there on the floor. We're pretty open. That, I agree with all that. But here's what I believe, after reading his biographies, after working in politics for 30 years, he never, ever imagined, now we can't ask him, but if you read anything he wrote or his theories on things, he would have never dreamt that 100 years later, anybody with $1 million could get something on the ballot. That was not what he was thinking. He was thinking of the second house as an organic uprising from the people. When people used to live, I mean, our population has shifted so much from west to east. You have counties where you have to get like 16 signatures, and that's 5%. And that's what the petitions do. They go to Lincoln, they go to Omaha, they pay a bunch of people. As Senator Mosier pointed out, the amount of money they spent, $1.8 million, is $15 a signature. Now, you get some college kids, some young people, and they're getting paid pretty well if it's costing them $15 a signature. I don't think that's, so I'm not buying this, the people. You had the Teachers Union, you had the Sherwood Foundation, and the Whites Foundation. And almost everybody that worked on that petition drive, I was out there, I watched them. I don't know if I was a blocker. I did try and talk people out of it. Police got called on us because we were in a public place, and then the police would come and they'd say, I'm sorry, SOS, Stanford Schools. This is a public place. They have as much right to be there as you do. There were false stories planted with the press about our volunteers getting arrested. Never happened. One did get put in a car for an hour. Young policeman called supervisor. Supervisor came and asked our volunteer if he wanted to press charges.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Conrad, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I share Senator Linehan's passion for political history and have read some of those same books about one of our most beloved Nebraskans, George Norris. And there's no doubt that he was a great champion of the people and populist reforms that ushered in things like the unicameral legislature and initiative and referendum and recall, which were critical to empowering everyday citizens against moneyed interests. And I think Senator Norris was pretty aware of that influence, and that's why he pushed for a nonpartisan legislature that did its work in public so that moneyed interests couldn't manipulate the process. When he was campaigning for the unicameral legislature, moneyed interests put very questions on the same ballot about gaming, about booze. I think he was pretty familiar with how the process was utilized. And of course, whether we like it or don't like it, people have a right to petition their government for change. They have a right to organize. They have a right to associate. They have a right to express themselves. That's free speech. And sometimes speech is money in politics. And that is a fact. So I know that we push back when we don't like the content of the speech or the speakers, but it's important that it remains robust for every single person in our democracy because it's important to our democracy and it's protected by our Constitution. I want to also lift up a few arguments that I've heard tonight from senators I greatly admire and respect, saying if we had the opportunity to tell our stories, they would be compelling to the voters. If we had the opportunity to get this before voters, it would be wildly popular. Well, then just run the campaign. Just let the voter referendum go to a vote of the people. You could get rid of the repealer of 753, get a dispositive vote on that, and still move forward with the revised plan of 1402. So if you do believe that, what's the risk? I'll go ahead and put that out there. The other thing that I think it's important to note here is that this is very challenging from a technical perspective. On the one hand, if this is in fact an appropriation in LB 1402, which I think it is, it went to the Appropriations Committee, it does provide appropriations language and mechanisms, then it's not subject to a referendum according to our Constitution. Appropriations are not subject to referendum. However, the more that it is characterized as an appropriation, which I think it is, I think people are pretty straightforward about that, and I think our legislative record is clear, it comes closer, if not running smack dab into running afoul of our non-aid provision in our Constitution. So it's kind of a challenging web here from different areas of the Constitution that I think Senator Linehan and her supporters are trying to work through here. And on that point, I've had a lot of really serious questions about technically, if 753 is repealed, what happens to the kids who are currently in that scholarship program? What happens to the donations that are currently in that scholarship program? What's going on with the SGOs? And then when will a decision be made by the Secretary of State or the Attorney General or other players to decide whether or not that referendum petition, which has sought and received the verified requisite number of signatures to put the question on the ballot, when will there be a decision as to whether or not that will be on the ballot? And what is the criteria for making that decision? I know we have, thank you, Mr. President, a prohibition against advisory opinions, but I'm not sure if we have a great deal of clarity in this debate or in our precedent that spells out those pieces. Additionally, I do think that if this is a core function of government as indicated in the legislative findings, why do we need a contractor to carry that out? And is the contractor selected according to our procurement process and our regular RFP processes and otherwise? Finally, I do think it is important that we are thoughtful about honoring the second house and a vote of the people, even when we disagree. And that comes right back down to voter ID, which I strongly disagree with, but worked hand in glove with Senator Brewer and others to try and implement the will of the people, even when I disagreed with it.
Senator.
I think that's the better approach to take. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Clements, you are recognized to speak. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I rise in support of bracket motion 1387, though I really don't want to have to talk about this on April 18th. And I am opposed to LV 1402. Again, my opposition to this bill has remained on that state dollars going to private institutions is just not something that I can get behind. I think that our private institutions offer a great option to young people, and We can make donations that are tax deductible, and this is putting the thumb on the weight of tax deductible for private institutions, tax deductible for public institutions, and giving an extra boost to encourage people to give their donations to private institutions over public institutions, really. So that is one of many reasons that I stand in opposition to LB 1402. It's his fault because he told me about this, so I am going to say Happy Siblings Day to my brother John and my brother Patrick and my sister Colleen, my sister Maureen, my brother Michael, my brother Peter, and my brother Matthew. So not just John, I have 6 other siblings, but I love having all of my siblings. They're amazing human beings, all in their own rights, who are doing great things in this world for the better. And they lead their hearts with love and compassion, and I'm proud to know all of them and to be their sibling as well. And Mr. President, with that, I would like to yield the remainder of my time to Senator DeBoer.
Senator DeBoer, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, for yielding me the time. Senator Meyer, I wanted to sort of talk to him for a second. Senator Meyer, when you were talking about if the people of Nebraska had heard what you had heard, then you thought that they would, or you were confident that they would change their mind. Here's what I say, and this is my last best argument. Make your arguments to the people of Nebraska. Don't go through the referendum process and then now say, I don't want to have that argument to the people. And part of this is repealing 753, trying a different way of doing it. Let's make our arguments to the people of this state. And when we argue to the people of this state, everybody gets the opportunity to do so. And then the people of the state, then our constituents decide. My best argument against this bill is that I don't know how the referendum got on. That isn't important to me, because what's important to me is that now it's on the ballot. And in a democracy, it's kind of a rare thing that the people actually get to decide an issue like this. I mean, we decide many, many, many more issues than what goes on the ballot. But this one's on the ballot. So my last best argument is always going to be that since this is on the ballot, let's not pass this bill, which repeals the old one and tries again with a different one that doesn't have a referendum against it. Let's give the people of Nebraska their voice back.
1 minute.
Let's give the people of Nebraska all the information. However it got on the referendum, it's here. Let's give the people of Nebraska our best arguments. Let's tell them everything that we can tell them about this, and let's let them decide. It's not the first time that's happened. We've done that a number of times. Voter ID was just one of those things. I don't think we can go to the people of Nebraska about every issue. Pure democracy with the number of people
Time,
in
Senator, and you are next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pure democracy with the number of people that are in our state, it just wouldn't be possible. We couldn't ask them every question, but we can ask them this question. This has been something that I have been talking about in this chamber, first from that seat, now from this one. I moved 2 back a couple years ago. Since I got in here, for 6 years, I have said, public schools should get public dollars, private schools should get private dollars. Private schools should not get public dollars. Because the good that is provided by a public school is that, and it may not be one specific school, but somewhere the public school system is going to find a place for your kid. And, you know, Senator Bosman said something about foster kids getting these scholarships, and maybe there would be some, but I just got done Saturday with taking foster kid class so that I can become a foster parent. And the stories we hear about those kids, they hide food because they don't get food. Their parents have not applied for this scholarship for them. Those kids, the last and the least, the ones that are going to be forgotten, they're not going to get these scholarships either. They're still going to be at the public school. Those kids, the ones who are in trauma, those kids, their parents will retain the educational rights, so they won't be going to a private school. The kids who have IEPs that are very, very difficult, they probably won't either. The ones that we say culturally, we just don't think you're quite like the rest of us, those kids probably won't get to go to private school either. Let's let the people of Nebraska speak their mind. Because the people of Nebraska will have the opportunity to say what they want to have happen with our privates and our public schools. The opportunity is available to them on the ballot. Let's not do tricks to try and repeal bills once a referendum comes through. Let's let the people of Nebraska decide. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Duncan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening again, colleagues. I rise again in favor of the bracket motion and opposed to LB 1402. I wasn't entirely sure if I was going to get to talk again. The queue was pretty full, but I'm glad that I get one more chance to come back. A couple of things that I've not touched on that I want to touch on briefly with regards to my opposition, I think pertain to some of the arguments that I've heard in favor of LB 753 and LB 1402. One of the things that I hear consistently is that our public schools are broken, right? We hear this argument that the public schools just aren't doing a good job, that Nebraska public schools are failing our students, and what they need or what they deserve is another opportunity to go somewhere else. I push back on that argument for a couple of reasons. One, as a product of Lincoln Public Schools, I will say that our schools here are fantastic compared to many, many other schools. They're fantastic just outright. I have had the opportunity to spend time in other states. I've had the opportunity to teach for a short period of time in schools that were in places like Washington, D.C., and I've had a chance to see what's happened in places where public schools are not the priority. I've had a chance to spend time in these areas where they've had this shattering of the system, wherein you're seeing public schools no longer receive the priority of how the state or the city is focusing their funding. And you see in those circumstances increased aid to charter schools, increased aid to private schools, and what you ultimately see is a degradation of that public school system. Part of the reason that charter schools, magnet schools, things like that in DC were so important is because their public school was failing them. That was the argument we heard often. But when you actually look at the numbers of what we're talking about here in Nebraska, our public schools are not failing us. Are there problems that have been highlighted by a number of individuals in this room? Absolutely. And do we all have stories or times that a school has failed us? For sure. And should those schools be held accountable when they make mistakes? Absolutely. Which is why, for example, on Senator Wayne's LB 25, I was in full favor of schools being held accountable, because schools should be held accountable when they make mistakes. But the answer to something being broken is not to abandon it and leave. If you do think, which again, I push back on this idea, but if you do think our schools are broken, if you think they're not working, the answer is not go do something else, because there's a lot of people who aren't going to have the opportunity to go to that private school. And so if you say we're just going to focus on the private institutions and make sure that's where kids can go, you're failing the kids that stay at the public school, because they're not going to have the ability to do that too. In Nebraska, aggregate, as of an easily findable article I found here from Forbes in 2024, we are in the top 10 of standardized test performance in the country. Top 10. We're number 9. I wish we were higher. But you go across, whether you're talking about grade 4 math percentage, grade 4 reading percentage, grade 8 math percentage, all the way over to SATs, ACTs, even average MCAT scores. And when you average that all together in the country, we're in the top 10. So I disagree with the idea that our schools are failing us. If we can identify problems for special needs students, or kids who are being bullied, or kids who are different than others, or kids who want a little bit more attention, let's focus on that. Let's find a way to fix those problems in our current public schools. It's not incumbent upon us to find a new solution that abandons what we already have, because you're leaving other kids out. So I laud the purpose of LB 1402, if that purpose is to help kids. I simply think that it fails to do so by virtue of not answering the actual problems and instead looking for a different way out. With that, Mr. President, I yield the remainder of my time to Senator Conrad.
Senator Conrad, 1 minute, 5 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much to my friend, Senator Duggan. Thank you. One point that I want to lift up from the Education Committee perspective is this. There are caring and dedicated teachers in our private schools and in our public schools. We've heard success stories emanate from our public schools that consistently perform very well against their peers, despite the fact that we have a low amount of state funding and low teacher pay overall. But let me just put this forward as perhaps one of the key factors in terms of success. It's class size, friends. It's class size. And when our public schools don't have the resources they need and the paras they need and the teachers they need to keep class size manageable, that's why it's challenging for some kids. And the better solution is to come together and look at class size for special needs, for all kids, help teachers get a break when they're overwhelmed, help kids get a little bit more attention. I think that's one of the reasons that folks are looking to private schools is because of the smaller class size. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, again, I rise in support of the bracket motion and opposed to the underlying bill, and I would yield my time to Senator Conrad if she wanted to continue on her thoughts.
Senator Conrad, 4 minutes 50.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to Senator Duggan and to Senator John Kavanaugh for yielding time. I ran out of time to thank them for that. But, you know, we hear countless stories on a lot of important bills that come before the Education Committee about challenges our kids are facing, whether that's in terms of discrimination, whether that's in light of school discipline policies, whether that's in light of accessing critical services if they have an IEP or they learn differently. And a lot of these issues, whether it's around behavior, whether it's around accountability and test scores and student achievement, whether it's around teacher shortage and recruiting and retaining the top folks and making sure that teachers aren't burned out, it almost always goes back to class size, that teachers are having a harder time managing the ever-growing numbers of students in their class who have maybe special needs or different needs, who are seeing more challenging behaviors than we've seen perhaps in years past. And when we do more to figure out how to keep those class sizes manageable, it's just good policy and common sense. That's why many, almost all of our sister states have some sort of policy in place dealing with classroom caps or classroom teacher student ratios to address these very same issues and concerns to achieve the same results that our friends in private schools are being champions for tonight and are bringing forward. And I would really challenge the body to think deeply about building consensus around classroom caps, around classroom ratios. I have an interim study pending on that this year. We had great hearings on this in education this year. That win, lose, or draw in 1402, I do think that we acknowledge, respect, and understand that we're going to have more work to do for the 90% plus Nebraska kids who attend our great public schools. And we need to figure out how to come together and get policies in place so that they have the resources they need, so teachers aren't overwhelmed and so that they can succeed, so that we have the resources in place so that kids can learn, so that we have the curriculum and training in place to make sure that we're utilizing best practices when it comes to the science of reading, when it comes to recognizing how different kids learn, when it comes to identifying kids with dyslexia and making sure to get them on the right path with the right amount of support around those kids. So there's no doubt that the vast majority of Nebraska kids are going to continue to attend our great public schools for a bunch of reasons, because their parents want them to, because it's what's available and accessible in their community, or because we have a strong track record with our public schools in Nebraska. They're generationally a point of pride for good reason. So I don't think that the sky will fall if 1402 goes forward, but I do think it is the wrong remedy to address the challenges that we are seeing in public schools. It does risk entanglements from the state into private entities, into private schools, which should have more clarity about those potential entanglements moving forward.
1 minute.
Actually, both ways, with public resources and with regulation thereof. Thank you, Mr. President. And then finally, I do just want to note that I think that the voters deserve clarity, the body deserves clarity to understand what the process is just technically for the students, donors, and resources involved in 753 with the repealer, and what the process is and the criteria is in regards to the ballot decision and referendum on 753. That still needs to be resolved regardless of the outcome of 1402 tonight. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to my friend Senator Dungin and to Senator John Kavanaugh for the time.
Senator Lippincott, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, sir. A number of years ago, it was Caspar Weinberger, who served as the Secretary of Defense for Ronald Reagan. He said this, quote, "Competition is a good thing." Today, America is ranked number 25 in the world in terms of our STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. China is number 1. As a matter of fact, we're graduating 200,000 engineers per year from our colleges, where China is graduating 2 million. United States, 200,000, China, 2 million. Currently, our high school graduates, 19%, nearly 1 in 5, graduate from high school illiterate. Even though here in the USA, we spend $162,000 per student between kindergarten and 12th grade. When LB 753, the Opportunity Scholarships Act, was signed by Governor Pillen in 2023 last year, Nebraska became the 49th state to pass a school choice program. It was North Dakota was right behind us. Choice programs have been in use for over 30 years in the United States, and over 13 states now offer universal choice, that is, all students are eligible. This sort of educational pluralism is also the norm in many developed countries. However, misconceptions and misleading information stand in the way of states that do not offer families robust opportunity to send their children to a school that best fits their learning needs and values. School choice programs drain money from public schools is what you hear all over the state. But in reality, scholarship programs across the country in the aggregate have proven to save state governments millions, if not billions of dollars. When a student attends a non-public school, a private school, using scholarship, state governments do not have to pay the public school the full cost for providing an education for that student. And the cost to educate a child in a traditional district school is greater than the revenue a state forgoes through scholarship programs. So not only do scholarships not harm public school funding, Nebraska invested over $1 billion in its public schools last year, including a 27% raise in annual state support and near doubling of special education reimbursement. I'd like to have a call of the House, sir.
There has been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Ms. Clerk?
23 ayes, 2 nays to place the House under call, Mr. President.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senators Wishart, Vargas, McKinney, Wayne, and Hunt, please report to the chamber. The House is under call. Mr. Clerk, you have a motion on the desk.
I do, Mr. President. Senator Linehan would move to invoke cloture pursuant to Rule 7, Section 10.
Senator Linehan, for what purpose do you rise?
For a roll call vote in regular order.
Members, the first vote is the motion to invoke cloture. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Roll call vote in regular order.
Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Armendariz, voting yes. Senator Ballard, voting yes. Senator Blood, voting no. Senator Bosson, voting yes. Senator Bostar, voting no. Senator Bostelman, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting no. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting no. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, voting no. Senator Clements, Voting yes, Senator Conrad. Voting no, Senator Day. Voting no, Senator DeBoer. Voting no, Senator DeKay. Voting yes, Senator Dorn. Voting yes, Senator Dover. Voting yes, Senator Dungan. Voting no, Senator Erdman. Voting yes, Senator Frederickson. Voting no, Senator Holleran. Voting yes, Senator Hansen. Voting yes, Senator Hardin. Voting yes, Senator Holcroft. Voting yes, Senator Hughes. Voting yes, Senator Hunt. Voting no, Senator Eibach. Voting yes, Senator Jacobson. Voting yes, Senator Kauth. Voting yes, Senator Linehan. Voting yes, Senator Lippincott. Voting yes, Senator Lowe. Voting yes, Senator McDonald. Voting yes, Senator McKinney. Not voting, Senator Meyer. Voting yes, Senator Mosier. Voting yes, Senator Merman. Voting yes, Senator Raybold. Senator Reapy. Voting yes, Senator Sanders. Voting yes, Senator Slama. Voting yes, Senator Vargas. Voting no, Senator Von Gillern. Voting yes, Senator Walls. Not voting, Senator Wayne. Voting yes, Senator Wishart. Voting no. Vote is 33 ayes, 13 nays, Mr. President, to invoke cloture.
The motion to invoke cloture is adopted. The next item before the body is the motion to bracket the bill until 4/18/24. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
8 ayes, 33 nays to bracket the bill, Mr. President.
The motion to bracket fails. Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 1402 be advanced to ENR for engrossing.
There has been a request for a machine vote. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
30 ayes, 15 nays on advancement of the bill, Mr. President.
LB 1402 is advanced for ENR engrossing. Mr. Clerk, next item. I raise the call.
Mr. President, next item on the agenda, Legislative Bill 1402A, select file. There are no ENR amendments. Senator Linehan would move to amend with AM 3478.
Senator Linehan, you're welcome to open. You're welcome to open on your amendment.
This is the A bill, which is 1402A, and it is appropriates $12,500 in 24-25 and $13,125 in 26-27 for the treasurer, so he can manage this program. I appreciate your green vote.
See no one in the queue, you're welcome to close on your amendment. Senator Linehan waives close. Question before the body is the adoption of AM 3478 to LB 1402A. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
40 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
The amendment is adopted. Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 1402A be advanced to ENR for engrossing.
Colleagues, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed nay. LB 1402A does advance. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, next item on the agenda, Legislative Bill 388A. I have no ENR amendments. Senator Linehan would move to amend with AM 3480.
Senator Linehan, you're welcome to open on the amendment.
Thank you. This is the A bill that goes along with 388 that we passed this afternoon with Governor's property tax bill. Thank you. Appreciate it. A green vote.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Linehan yield to a question?
Senator Linehan, will you yield?
Certainly.
And if you don't know the answer, that's okay. But do you, I haven't looked this up. Do you know what the fiscal impact is now?
It's here. I have not read it. You have to add up a bunch of numbers.
That's okay. It'll probably be on the green sheet tomorrow. So
Right. And it's the biggest thing we're doing here is taking the 1107 income tax credit for property taxes paid,
right.
Anything with that long of a name, right? And sending it out so one, everybody gets it instead of just those with accountants. And two, it just saves a lot of paperwork.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Linehan, you're welcome to close. Senator Linehan waives close. Colleagues, the question before the body is the adoption of Amendment 3480 to LB 388A. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
37 ayes, 1 nay, Mr. President, on adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is adopted. Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 388A be advanced to ENR for engrossing.
Colleagues, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. The LB 388A is advanced. Mr. Clerk, we will proceed to confirmation reports.
Mr. President, committee report from the Judiciary Committee concerning 3 appointments, gubernatorial appointments to the Crime Victims Reparations Committee, Ann E. Ames, John Brazda, and Michael D. Jones.
Senator Wayne, you're welcome to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right, we have 3 people. Mike Jones, 3 years term, June 2023 to 2026, former State Patrol, 30 years, former Sarpy County Sheriff Deputy, former Sarpy County Corrections Director. The bill came out, or actually all of them came out 6-2. Anna Ames, reappointment, 4-year term, ends in July of 2027 as a public member representing a charitable organization. Currently the executive director of the Papillion Community Foundation, deputy chief assistant of the Lancaster County, and current VP of Government Affairs of Windstream. John Barraza, 4-year term, ends July 2027, public member with experience with victims and survivors. Former sergeant of Bellevue PD, current director of Douglas County Victims. And I would ask for your, are we doing all 5 on the Crime Commission or just 3? I think we're doing just 3. I would ask for green vote on that.
Seeing no discussion on the report, you're recognized to close. Senator Wayne, you are recognized to close. Senator Wayne waives close. Question is the adoption of the report offered by the Judiciary Committee. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
35 ayes, no nays, in adoption of the committee report, Mr. President.
The report is adopted. Senator Wayne, you're welcome to open on your next report. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, the Judiciary Committee would report favorably on the gubernatorial appointment of Brian Tuma as Executive Director of the Nebraska Crime Commission.
Senator Wayne, you're welcome to open.
He is the, Brian Toomer will be the appointment as the Executive Director of the Nebraska Crime Commission beginning of June of 2023. It's 2024, so he's been working. Missed that one. Voted out 5-3. Over 20 years of experience of state patrol, nearly 40 years experience of state government. Former assistant director of Nebraska Emergency Management Agency and current contractor of the Nebraska Department of Environmental and Energy. I think he has a really good idea of how to move this forward. If you'll recall, there were some issues with the Crime Commission not working and not helping get money out in grants, and he has a pretty good idea of how to move that forward. So I'd ask for a green vote.
Seeing no one in the queue, you're recognized to close. Senator Wayne waves close. Question is the adoption of the report offered by the Judiciary Committee. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Ms. Clerk.
36 ayes, no nays on adoption of the committee report, Mr. President.
The report is adopted. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, the Judiciary Committee would report favorably on the gubernatorial appointment of Lane Gisler to the Board of Parole.
Senator Wayne, you're welcome to open.
Yes, Lane Gisler, I might be saying the name wrong, reappointment to the parole board for a 6-year term starting September 23 through September 2029. Vote came out 6-2. I think myself and Senator McKinney both voted no. Current board of parole vice chair since 2017. Served in various capacities with the Department of Correction for over 20 years. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Wayne, you're recognized to close. Senator Wayne waves close. Question is the adoption of the report offered by the Judiciary Committee. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
34 ayes, 1 nay on adoption of the committee report, Mr. President.
The report is adopted. Next report.
Mr. President, the Education Committee would report favorably on the gubernatorial appointments of Patricia M. Kircher and Courtney C. Whitstruck to the Nebraska Educational Telecommunications Commission.
Senator Berman, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, we have 2 appointments for the Nebraska Education Telecommunications Commission, Patricia Kircher and Courtney Whitstruck. Both are reappointments to this position. Patricia Kircher works in the business development, and Courtney Whitstruck works as the executive director of the Community Colleges Association. Both are qualified and impressive candidates who the committee voted out 7-1. Thank you.
Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Merman, you're welcome to close. Senator Merman waves close. The question is the adoption of the report offered by the Education Committee. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
37 ayes, no nays on adoption of the committee report, Mr. President.
The report is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, the Education Committee would report favorably on the gubernatorial appointment of Jeffrey Nellhouse and Linda Poole to the Technical Advisory Committee for Statewide Assessment.
Senator Merman, you're welcome to open.
Thank you. We also have 2 appointees for the Technical Advisory Committee for Statewide Assessment, Jeffrey Nellhouse and Linda Poole. Jeffrey Nellhouse has served on the Technical Advisory Committee in multiple states and even Canada, and designed the Massachusetts assessment system. Linda Poole has sat on the Technical Advisory Committee since its inception under Governor Heinemann and is the Vice President of the Millard Board of Education. Both are also qualified and impressive candidates voted out on a 7-1 vote. None of these candidates had any opponent testifiers. With that, I'll ask for your green vote. Thank you.
See no one in the queue, you're recognized to close. Senator Merman waves close. Question before the body is the adoption of the report offered by the Education Committee. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
33 ayes, no nays on adoption of the committee report, Mr. President.
The report is adopted. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, the Transportation Telecommunications Committee would report favorably on the appointment of Jeremy S. Borrell as Director of the Aeronautics Division.
Senator Mosier, you're welcome to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Transportation and Telecommunications Committee voted the appointment of Jeremy Burrell to serve as Aeronautics Division Director of the Nebraska Department of Transportation. Till 2017, the Aeronautics Division was independent. LB 339 was enacted and merged the duties of the Aeronautics Department into the newly renamed Department of Transportation. The division has general supervision of aeronautics and is directed to encourage, foster, and assist in the development of aeronautics and assist in the development of airports and all navigation facilities. The division is directed to cooperate and coordinate with the Federal Aviation Administration. On Monday, March 18th, the Transportation and Telecommunications Committee held a hearing on the appointment of Jeremy Burrell to serve as Director of Aeronautics. He's a native Nebraskan, currently residing in Kearney. His undergraduate degree is from the Aviation Institute at the University of Nebraska, Omaha. He has worked in the aviation industry and has been a member of the Nebraska Army National Guard since 2002. He appeared before the committee and answered all questions, and the committee voted to recommend his appointment on 8-0. Mr. President, I would ask for the approval of the Transportation and Telecommunications Committee report recommending the approval of Jeremy Burrell to serve as the Director of the Aeronautics Division of the Department of Transportation.
Seeing no one in the queue, you're recognized to close. Senator Mosier waives close. The question is the adoption of the report offered by the Transportation Telecommunications Committee. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
37 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the report.
The report is adopted. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, the Transportation Telecommunications Committee report favorably on Brandon B. Verilek to the Board of Public Roads Classifications and Standards.
Senator Mosier, you're welcome to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Transportation and Telecommunications Committee would like to report on the appointment of Brandon Verilek to be a member of the Board of Public Roads Classifications and Standards. It's housed within the Department of Transportation, and its duty is to oversee annual construction planning and fiscal reporting for state and local highways, roads, and streets. It also oversees the application of minimum design, construction, and maintenance standards for the functional categories of public roadways. The board consists of 11 members, all appointed by the governor, subject to legislative confirmation. 2 members represent the Department of Transportation, 3 members represent counties, 3 members represent municipalities, and 3 lay members represent each of the congressional districts. On Monday, March 18th, the Transportation and Telecommunications Committee held a hearing on the appointment of Brandon Verilek to the Board of Public Roads Classifications and Standards. He will serve as a representative of the Department of Transportation on the board. He serves as the department as District 1 engineer, is a native Nebraskan with a civil engineering degree from UNL. Following service as an engineer in the U.S. Air Force, Mr. Verilek joined the Nebraska Department of Transportation in 2006 and served in the areas of pavement design, asset management, and construction. In 2021, he held the role of Division Head of Materials and Research and became District 1 engineer in 2023. Mr. Verilek appeared before the committee and answered all questions. There was no opposition. Excuse me. The committee voted 8-0 to recommend his appointment to the Nebraska Board of Classifications and Standards. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no one in the queue, you're welcome to close. Senator Mosier waives close. Question is the adoption of the report offered by the Transportation Telecommunications Committee. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk.
36 ayes, no nays on adoption of the committee report, Mr. President.
The report is adopted. Next item.
Mr. President, the Revenue Committee would report favorably on the appointment of Sarah Scott as the Property Tax Administrator for the Department of Revenue.
Senator Linehan, you're welcome to open on the report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sarah Scott's hearing date was March 20th, 2024. We voted her out of committee 8-0, and I would appreciate your green vote. Thank you.
Seeing no one in the queue, you're welcome to close. Senator Linehan waives close. Question is the adoption of the report from the Revenue Committee. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
37 ayes, no nays on adoption of the committee report, Mr. President.
Next item.
Committee report is adopted.
The report is adopted. Next item.
Mr. President, the Business and Labor Committee would report favorably on the gubernatorial appointment of Spencer Hartman to the Commission of Industrial Relations.
Senator Reapy, you're welcome to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Business and Labor Committee held a hearing on March 27th and voted favorably to advance Spencer Hartman for confirmation by the legislature to the Commission of Industrial Relations. Spencer Hartman is a native of Imperial, Nebraska. He receives his undergraduate degree in agricultural economics from the University of Nebraska-Lincoln and graduated with distinction from the University of Nebraska College of Law in 2021. Spencer Hartman served as an associate attorney for O'Neill, Hendrick, Dachromer, Hertmeyer, and Schultz. I would ask for your green vote to approve Spencer Hartman to the Commission on Industrial Relations.
Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Reapy, you're welcome to close. Senator Reapy waives close. Question before the body is the adoption of the report from Business and Labor Committee. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Ms. Clerk, please record.
36 ayes, no nays on adoption of the committee report, Mr. President.
The report is adopted. Next item.
Mr. President, the Business and Labor Committee would report favorably on the gubernatorial appointment of Stephen Bly to the Boiler Safety Code Advisory Board.
Senator Reapy, you're welcome to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Business and Labor Committee held a hearing on March 19th and voted favorably to advance Stephen Bly for confirmation by the legislature to the Boiler Safety Code Advisory Board. Stephen Bly has served on the Boiler Safety Code Advisory Board for 12 years and has worked with OPPD for 20 years as a lead engineer. His work involves boilers and safety of their operation and maintenance. I would ask for the green vote to approve Stephen Bly to the Boiler Safety Code Advisory Board. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no one in the queue, you're welcome to close. Senator Reapy waives close. Question is the adoption of the Business and Labor Report. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Ms. Clerk?
33 ayes, no nays on adoption of the committee report, Mr. President.
The report is adopted. Next item.
Mr. President, the Health and Human Services Committee would report favorably on the gubernatorial appointment of Paul Cook to the State Board of Health.
Senator Hansen, you're welcome to open.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this first round, we have 2 from the State Board, Nebraska State Board of Health, and 3 we'll be doing as a block from the Stem Cell Research Advisory Committee. But first up is J. Paul Cook. His confirmation by the legislature of the Nebraska State Board of Health. Dr. Cook is board certified in family medicine, and he grew up in Nebraska in Laurel and Omaha. He earned his bachelor's in business at UNL, his master's of divinity degree in Louisville, Kentucky, and his MD from the University of Nebraska College of Medicine. He took his family medicine residency training at Clarkson Family Medicine Hospital in Omaha. Dr. Cook partnered with Dr. Gilbert Head in 2000. They moved their clinic to the Legacy area in Omaha in 2013 and adopted the name Family Medicine at Legacy. So I would ask your green vote and approve Dr. Cook to the Nebraska State Board of Health. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no one in the queue, you're welcome to close. Hanson waves close. Question before the body is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor vote aye. Opposed, nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
38 ayes, no nays on adoption of the committee report, Mr. President.
The report is adopted. Next item.
Mr. President, the Health and Human Services Committee would report favorably on the gubernatorial appointment of Daniel J. Rosenthal to the State Board of Health.
Senator Hanson, you're welcome to open.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I start with actually all the rest of them, I'll just mention that all of these did get reported out of the HHS committee with no opposition votes. So next up is Dr. Daniel Rosenthal. He has over 30 experience as a civil engineer technician, designer, project design manager, and design engineer. His work experience includes both public and private projects, including schools, military facilities, commercial and industrial parks, residential subdivision layout design, tax credit projects, and sports facilities. This works includes street design, potable water design, sanitary sewer design, stormwater design, parking lot design, and parking lot lighting design. I would ask for your green vote in the nomination of Daniel Rosenthal to the Nebraska State Board of Health. Thank you.
Seeing no one in the queue, you're welcome to close. Senator Hanson waves close. Colleagues, the question before the body is the adoption of the confirmation report from the Health and Human Services Committee. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
37 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the committee report.
The report is adopted. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, the Health and Human Services Committee would report favorably on the gubernatorial appointment of David Owens, Dennis Roop, and Ryu Yi to the Stem Cell Research Advisory Committee.
Senator Hanson, you're welcome to open.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like the clerk said, the next three have to do with the Stem Cell Research Advisory Committee. So we'll do all three of those in order, and we'll vote all three of them in a block. Dr. Yi is a professor of pathology, experimental pathology, and dermatology at Northwestern Medicine. His academic focus is on mechanisms that govern cell fate specifications, stem cell maintenance, and aging, as well as initiation and progression of cancer. Ryu Yi's education consists of a Bachelor of Science at Peking University and a PhD from Duke University. Next up is Dr. David Owens. Dr. Owens conducted his PhD training in the field of skin carcinogenesis at NC State University in Raleigh, North Carolina. Afterwards, Dr. Owens trained as a postdoctoral scientist in the field of epithelial stem cell biology in the lab of Fiona Watt at the Cancer Research Institute in London. Dr. Owens is an affiliate member of the Columbia Stem Cell Initiative and the HICCC Tumor Biology and Microenvironment Program and an active participant on national grant review panels such as the NIH Arthritis, Connective Tissue, and Skin Studies section and the State of Nebraska Stem Cell Advisory Committee. Lastly is Dr. Dennis Roop. Dr. Dennis Roop is the Associate Director of Gates Institute at the University of Colorado Anschutz Medical Campus. He is also Professor of Dermatology and holds the John S. Gates Endowed Chair in Stem Cell Biology. He received a BA in Biology from Berea College in Berea, Kentucky, and an MS and PhD in Microbiology from the University of Tennessee, Knoxville. So again, I would appreciate your green vote for all three of these good candidates for the Stem Cell Research Advisory Committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Hanson, you're welcome to close. Senator Hanson waves close. Question before the body is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee confirmation report. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk.
38 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the committee report.
The report is adopted. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, next item, the Agriculture Committee would report favorably on the gubernatorial appointment of Christopher J. Gentry to the Nebraska Brand Committee.
Senator Halloran, you're welcome to open.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Agriculture Committee reports favorably on the reappointment of Mike Jacobson to the Nebraska Brand Committee. Just seeing if everybody's awake. The Agriculture Committee reports favorably on the appointment of Chris Gentry to the Nebraska Brand Committee. Mr. Gentry is a fifth-generation cattle producer located in Cherry County. In addition to membership on the Brand Committee, he serves as a member of the school board as a volunteer EMT and involved in Lions Club International. Chris earned his high school diploma at Missouri Military Academy. He earned his associate degree in automotive technology at Southeast Community College and studied business administration at UNL. Mr. Gentry was first appointed to the Brand Committee prior to a legislative change that requires legislative confirmation. While he has already served one term, this is his first term, he has gone through the confirmation process. Mr. Gentry appeared before the committee on March 27th and responded to the committee's questions. The committee voted with no opposition to recommend approval of his reappointment. I move adoption of the committee report.
Seeing no one in the queue, you're welcome to close. Senator Helen waves close. Question is the adoption of the Agriculture Committee report. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Ms. Clerk?
36 ayes, no nays on adoption of the committee report, Mr. President.
The report is adopted. Next item.
Mr. President, the Agricultural Committee would report favorably on the gubernatorial appointment of Britt D. Anderson, Bradley D. Lubin, Lisa A. Lunds, Wade E. Thornburg, and John E. Walvord to the Beginning Farmer Board.
Senator Halloran, you're welcome to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's 5 here, so I'm going to give them their due credit here. The Agriculture Committee wishes to recommend approval of 4 reappointments and 1 new appointment to the Beginning Farmer Board. First, John Walford is reappointed to fill one of the 3 agriculture producer appointments. Mr. Walford is a 3rd-generation member of a family farming operation located in western Douglas County. He graduated from Waterloo High School in 1985 and obtained an associate's degree in general agriculture at UNL in 1987. In addition to his farming operation, he has served 9 years on the Douglas-Sarpy County Committee for Farm Service Agency of USDA. He has also served as past president board member. Mr. Walford is married with 4 children, 3 who are pursuing college degrees, and his youngest who is a senior in high school. The next appointment is Britt Anderson, again as a one of 3 producer members. Mr. Anderson farms near Gothenburg, Nebraska, with his wife and son who participates in the management of the farming operation. Mr. Anderson is a graduate of Gothenburg High School and attended UNL from 1970 to 1973, earning an associate's degree in agriculture. He is a lead alumnus and former Dawson Area Development Fellow. He has served several years on a succession of farm cooperative boards, other governmental and community services, and trade association organizations. He has had servant leadership roles, which include the Dawson County Red Cross, Dawson County Farm Bureau, a school board member, and a township board. The 3rd reappointment is Dr. Bradley Lubin. Dr. Lubin is an extension assistant professor and policy specialist in the UNL Department of Agriculture Economics and director of the North Central Extension Risk Management Education Center. He's obtained BS and MS degrees in agriculture economics from the University of Nebraska and has acquired a PhD in Kansas State University in 2005. His research and extension focus is on agricultural policy and risk management. He has provided an extensive list of publications, grant works, professional associations, much of this in the area of farm and risk management. The final reappointment is Wade Thornburg. Mr. Thornburg is currently a vice president of State Bank of Table Rock in Tecumseh, Nebraska. Previously, he served as a loan officer for Security First Bank in its Beatrice and Hay Springs location. He has also lists previous employment as a field agronomist intern with Monsanto. He has previously served on the Southeast Nebraska Cooperative Board and Gage County Ag Society and is current member of the Gage County Planning and Zoning Board. Mr. Thornburg is a graduate of Beatrice High School, earned a BS degree in agribusiness at UNL, and attended an advanced ag lending school in Topeka, Kansas. In addition to his ag lending background, Mr. Thornburg is a fifth-generation farmer and has utilized the beginning farm tax credit as an asset owner. The final appointment is Lisa Lunds, who is a new appointment. Ms. Lunds is a producer near Wakefield, Dixon County since 1988. She is also currently a member of Dixon County Board of Supervisors. She is also current president of Ag Builders of Nebraska and president of the Dixon County Farm Bureau. She was a lead participant and named the Outstanding Lead Alumni in 2015. Additionally, she has been active in agriculture advocacy organizations, including the Farm Bureau, Common Ground Nebraska, and Agriculture Builders. Linda is a graduate of Wakefield High School and earned a BS degree in animal science at UNL. All 5 appointments appeared before the Agriculture Committee on March 27th and responded forthrightly to the committee's questions. The vote to advance the recommendation of approval with no opposition, I move the adoption of the committee report.
Seeing no one in the queue, you're welcome to close. Senator Halloran waives close. Question before the body is the adoption of the Agriculture Committee report. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
36 ayes, no nays on adoption of the committee report, Mr. President.
The Agriculture Committee report is adopted. Next item.
Mr. President, the Education Committee would report favorably on the appointment of Timothy Daniels, Deborah Friesen, LaDonna Griffin, Dennis Hedrick, Danica Nelson, and Danica L. Nelson to the Coordinating Commission for Post-Secondary Education.
Senator Mervin, you're welcome to open.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have 5 confirmations for the Coordinating Commission for Post-Secondary Education. Timothy Daniels is a reappointment who previously served on the Western Nebraska Community College Board of Governors and a leader in various community groups. Deborah Friesen is a reappointment who previously served on the Nebraska Wesleyan Board of Governors and State Colleges Board of Trustees. LaDonna Griffin previously served as the treasurer of the State Reading Association. Dennis Hedrick is a reappointment who previously served on the Plymouth City Council and as mayor. And Danica Nelson is a former teacher, adjunct professor, and has worked in education technology software. All are qualified candidates who received unanimous support from the Education Committee.
Seeing no one in the queue, you're welcome to close. Senator Merman waives close. Question before the body is the adoption of the Education Confirmation Report. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
31 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the committee report.
The report is adopted. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, it's my understanding that Senator Erdman would divide the following committee report from the Education Committee. In that case, Mr. President, the Education Committee, the first appointment, the Education Committee would report favorably on the gubernatorial appointment of John W. Abeglin to the Board of Educational Lands and Funds.
Senator Merman, you're welcome to open.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our first confirmation for the Board of Educational Lands and Funds is John Abeglin. He served on the Department of Roads Advisory Board, Kearney Community Redevelopment Council, and various economic groups. He's qualified and received unanimous support from the Education Committee, and I move his confirmation.
Seeing no one in the queue, you're welcome to close. Senator Merman waives close. Question before the body is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
32 ayes, no nays on adoption of the first appointment, Mr. President.
The report is adopted. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, the second report from the Education Committee. The Education Committee would report favorably on the gubernatorial appointment of Dwayne B. Probman to the Board of Educational Lands and Funds.
Senator Merman, you are welcome to open.
Our other appointment to the Board of Educational Lands and Funds is Dwayne Probman. He is a reappointment who previously served as president and CEO of the South Sioux City Area Chamber of Commerce and on the CCPE. He's a qualified candidate and received unanimous support from the Education Committee. I move the adoption of this report.
Senator Erdman, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hughes, you might want to pay attention. This is an appointment to the BELF Board. I have had conversations and issues dealing with this board for some time. They do peculiar things there, and they do not manage this property as they should. There are a lot of properties that need to be sold because the revenue gathered from having their money invested in the Nebraska Investment Council would be far better than what they have invested in the property. And I have spoken with the director about this with little or no response. And so when appointments come up to this board, they are responsible for the director, and it's time for changes to be made there. And we need to start with not reappointing people who are continuing to do what they've always done. So I would encourage you to vote red on this appointment. Thank you.
Seeing no one left in the queue, Senator Merman, you're welcome to close.
I'd like to say that we are having an interim study on BELF in this interim. And with his experience on the committee, I would move his approval. Thank you.
Question before the body is the adoption of the Education Confirmation Report. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Has everyone voted who wishes to vote? Mr. Clerk, please record.
26 ayes, 4 nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the committee report.
The committee report is adopted. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, the Education Committee would report favorably on the appointment of Dorothy C. Anderson to the Nebraska Educational Telecommunications Commission.
Senator Merman, you're welcome to open.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dorothy Anderson is a reappointment to the Educational Telecommunications Commission. She previously served as a constituent caseworker for multiple members of Congress and a school librarian. She received 0 no votes from the committee. I do move her confirmation.
Seeing no one left in the queue, you're welcome to close. Senator Merman waves close. Question before the body is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Ms. Clerk?
34 ayes, no nays on adoption of the committee report, Mr. President.
The report is adopted. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, the Education Committee would report favorably on the gubernatorial appointment of Christy Hoventes to the Technical Advisory Committee for Statewide Assessment.
Senator Merman, you're welcome to open.
Christy Hoventes is a reappointment on the Technical Advisory Committee for Statewide Assessment. She has previously served on the Arizona Accountability Technical Advisory Committee and for both the Minnesota and Florida Department of Education. She received full support from the Education Committee, and I move her approval.
Seeing no one in the queue, you're welcome to close. Senator Mervin waves close. Question before the body is the adoption of the Education Confirmation Report. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Ms. Clerk?
34 ayes, no nays on adoption of the committee report, Mr. President.
The report is adopted. Next item.
Mr. President, the General Affairs Committee report favorably on the appointment of Dan Volnick to the Nebraska Commission on Problem Gambling.
Senator Lowe, you're welcome to open.
Good evening, everybody. Today I speak in behalf of Dan Volnick. Dan is reappointment to the commission. He has served one 3-year term so far. He fills the recovering gambling addict position on the board, and he is particularly interested in the work of prevention and education about gambling addiction, and wants to continue the good work the commission is doing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no one in the queue, you're welcome to close. Senator Lowe waves close. Question is the adoption of the General Affairs Committee report. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
35 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the committee report.
The report is adopted. Next item.
Mr. President, the General Affairs Committee would report favorably on the appointment of Paul Leckband to the Nebraska Commission on Problem Gambling.
Senator Lowe, you're welcome to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. What I didn't mention before is all these came out of committee. All my reports this evening came out of committee on a 7-0 vote with one absent, Paul Leckband. Paul is also being reappointed to the commission. He has served 3 terms. He fills the position for education on the commission. He was in education for 40 years, teaching, coaching, and administration in junior high and high schools. His interest is in educating young people about how the influence of gambling can be detrimental to their lives. Thank you, Mr. President.
See no one in the queue, you're welcome to close. Senator Lowe waves close. Question is the adoption of the General Affairs Committee report. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk?
30 ayes, no nays on adoption of the committee report, Mr. President.
The report is adopted. Next item.
Mr. President, the General Affairs Committee would report favorably on the gubernatorial appointment of Todd Zoner to the Nebraska Commission on Problem Gambling.
Senator Lowe, you're welcome to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Todd Zoner. Todd is also being reappointed to the commission. This will be his 3rd term. He is an at-large appointment, and he currently lives in rural Stanton County. He has experience with family members who have had gambling addictions in the past. Thank you, Mr. President.
See no one in the queue, you're welcome to close. I believe Senator Lowe just waived close. Colleagues, question before the body is the adoption of the General Affairs Confirmation Report. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Ms. Clerk?
33 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the report.
The report is adopted. Next item.
Mr. President, the General Affairs Committee would report favorably on the gubernatorial appointment of Stephen M. Farrington to the State Electrical Board.
Senator Lowe, you're welcome to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. The State Electrical Board, Stephen M. Farrington. Steve is being appointed for his first term on the State Electrical Board. He will be filling the professional electrical engineer position on the board. He lives in he lives in Elkhorn and is a partner in an electrical engineering firm there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Lowe waives close. Question before the body is the adoption of the General Affairs Committee report. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk.
32 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the committee report.
The report is adopted. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, the General Affairs Committee would report favorably on the gubernatorial appointment of Helen Abbott Feller to the State Racing and Gaming Commission.
Senator Lowe, you're welcome to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. The State Racing and Gaming Commission. Helen Abbott Feller. Helen is a new appointment to the Racing and Gaming Commission, even though she has served 3 terms on the Racing Commission under the former Governor Heinemann. She is being appointed to fill the seat that represents the 1st Congressional District. She lives in Wisner. She grew up around horses and cattle ranching, and her family currently owns a ranch. She has shown horses with her children and stays connected with racing and the jockeys. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Lowe waives close. Question before the body is the adoption of the General Affairs Committee report. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk.
Thirty-two ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the committee report.
The report is adopted. Ms. Clerk. Colleagues, we understand that the buttons, your voting buttons, are not lighting at your desk, but they are lighting up on the board, if you'll notice that. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, the Nebraska Retirement Systems Committee would report favorably on the gubernatorial appointment of Janice Elliott to the Public Employees Retirement Board.
Senator McDonald, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. Janice Elliott, reappointment to the Public Employees Retirement Board. Hearing held on April 2nd, 2024. Recommended 6-0 from the Retirement Committee. Has been on the board for 15 years. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no one in the queue, you're welcome to close. Senator McDonald waives close. Question before the body is the adoption of the Retirement Committee report. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
31 ayes, no nays on adoption of the committee report, Mr. President.
The retirement report is adopted. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, the Natural Resources Committee would report favorably on the gubernatorial appointments of Larry Moorman and John Shattle to the Nebraska Natural Resources Commission.
Senator Bosselman, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Natural Resources Committee held a confirmation hearing on April 2nd, 2024 to consider gubernatorial appointee Larry Moorman. Mr. Moorman is a new appointee to the Natural Resource Commission to serve a term from March 8th, 2024 till May 31st, 26. He will serve as a groundwater irrigation representative on the commission. He appeared in person at the hearing, and the committee voted 8-0 to advance his confirmation. Mr. Shadle is a new appointee to the Natural Resource Commission to serve a term from March 8, 24 to May 31, 26. He is a public power district representative on the commission. He appeared in person at the hearing, and the committee voted 8-0 to advance his confirmation. Request your green vote on both appointees.
Seeing no one in the queue, you're welcome to close. Senator Bosselman waives close. Colleagues, the question before the body is the adoption of the Natural Resources Committee confirmation report. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk?
33 ayes, no nays, and adoption of the committee report, Mr. President.
The report is adopted. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, the Natural Resources Committee would report favorably on the gubernatorial appointments of Jill Becker, Brad Bird, Kurt Bogner, Seth B. Harder, Lisa A. Lunds, Lynn Matthew, Marty Stange, James E. Theller, Allison Willis to the Environmental Quality Council.
Senator Bosselman, you're welcome to open.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Natural Resources Committee held a confirmation hearing on April 2nd, 24, to consider gubernatorial appointee Lisa Lunds. Ms. Lunds is a new appointee to the Environmental Quality Council to serve for a term from March 2024 to June 2027. She will serve as a county government representative on the council. Ms. Lunds was unable to appear in person at the hearing due to a medical issue, but she submitted her testimony in writing and it was read into the record. The committee voted 8-0 to advance her confirmation. Next is Mr. Stange is a reappointment to the Environmental Quality Council to serve a term from June 23rd, 23 to June of 27. He will continue to serve as one of the two city government representatives on the council. Mr. Stange appeared in person at the hearing, and the committee voted 8-0 to advance his confirmation. Also, Mr. Bird, Brad Bird, is a new appointment to the Environmental Quality Council to serve a term from March 2024 until June of 2025. He will serve as a labor representative on the council. Mr. Bird previously served on the Nebraska Workforce Development Board and is currently on the Nebraska Ethanol Board. He appeared in person at the hearing, and the committee voted 8-0 to advance his confirmation. Next is the Natural Resource Committee held a confirmation hearing on April 3rd, 2024 to consider gubernatorial appointee Allison Willis. Ms. Willis is a new appointment to the Environmental Quality Council to serve a term from March 2024 to June 2027. She will serve as an agricultural processing industry representative on the council. She appeared in person at the hearing, and the committee voted 8-0 to advance her confirmation. And next, Ms. Jill Becker was a new appointment to the Environmental Quality Council to serve a term from March 2024 until June of 2025. She will serve as an automotive petroleum industry representative on the council. She appeared in person at the hearing, and the committee voted 8-0 to advance her confirmation. And next, Mr. James Theller is a new appointment to the Environmental Quality Council to serve a term from March 2024 to June 2027. He will serve as a professional engineer representative on the council. He appeared in person at the hearing, and the committee voted 8-0 to advance his confirmation. Next is Mr. Lynn Mayhew is a new appointment to the Environmental Quality Council to serve a term from March 2024 until June of 2025. He will serve as a power generating industry representative on the council. He appeared in person at the hearing, and the committee voted 8-0 to advance his confirmation. Next is Mr. Kurt Bogner. He has a reappointment to the Environmental Quality Council to serve a term from June of 2023 until June of 2027. He fills the heavy industry position on the council. He appeared in person at the hearing, and the committee voted 8-0 to advance his confirmation. And finally, Seth Harder is a reappointment to the Environmental Quality Council to serve a term from June of 2023 until June of 2027. He serves as a chemical industry representative on the council. He appeared in person at the hearing, and the committee voted 8-0 to advance his confirmation. I would ask for your green vote on the gubernatorial appointments and reappointments of the individuals I mentioned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no one in the queue, you're welcome to close. Senator Bosselman waives close. Question before the body is the adoption of the Natural Resources Committee report. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk?
33 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the committee report.
The report is adopted. Next item.
Mr. President, the Health and Human Services Committee would report favorably on the gubernatorial appointment of Matt Aaron to the Health Information Technology Board.
Senator Hansen, you're welcome to open.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body, for sticking in there. This will be one of 50 appointees that we have for tonight. I'm just joking. Never mind. Just don't stare at me. So I only have 4 left. We're going to talk about the appointment of Matt Aaron. Matt Aaron currently serves as the interim director of the Division of Medicaid and Long-Term Care for the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services. Prior to his roles at Nebraska DHHS, Matt was an assistant director at the Utah Division of Medicaid and Health Finances Bureau of Managed Healthcare, where he directed a wide range of programs and projects and worked with various teams. Matt has a master's degree in healthcare administration and a master's degree in business administration. He also received his bachelor's degree in science with majors in psychology and philosophy from Utah State University. I would ask for your green vote to approve Matthew Aaron to the Nebraska Health Information Technology Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no one in the queue, you're welcome to close. Senator Hansen waves close. Question is the adoption of the confirmation report from the Health and Human Services Committee. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk.
32 ayes, no nays, and adoption of the committee report, Mr. President.
The report is adopted. Next item.
Mr. President, the Health and Human Services Committee report favorably on the gubernatorial appointments of Brett Lindau, Connie Lynn Peterson, and Jeff Winkie Jr. to the State Board of Health.
Senator Hansen, you're welcome to open.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The next 3 will be for the Nebraska State Board of Health. All 3 came out of the committee with no opposition. First one is up at Dr. Lindau, as he's a physician in the state board certified in family medicine serving the Broken Bow area. He is native of South Central Nebraska, graduated from Axtell High School before earning his Bachelor's of Science in the University of Nebraska-Kearney and obtaining a Doctor of Osteopathic Medicine degree from the Chicago College of Osteopathic Medicine. He completed his residency in Greeley, Colorado, and then returned to Nebraska to practice family medicine in McCook, continuing to his current position at the Central Nebraska Medical Clinic and Broken Bow. Next up, Dr. Connie Peterson. Dr. Peterson is a licensed clinical psychologist practicing in the Norfolk area. She graduated from Arlington High School, earned her Bachelor's of Science from Wayne State College, 2 master's degrees, one from New Mexico State University and the other from Wichita State University, where she also received her doctorate. Her professional career has consisted of nearly 20 years in rural behavioral health care, giving her the unique experience needed for the position. Last but not least, Dr. Jeffrey Winkie Jr. He is a Lincoln area physician board certified in podiatric medicine. Dr. Winkie grew up in Minnesota and earned his Bachelor's of Science from Minnesota State University before obtaining a Doctor of Podiatric Medicine degree from Des Moines University. Currently, Dr. Winkie serves as the director of the Amputation Prevention Center at Capitol Foot and Clinic, and it's a Bryan Physician Network. So again, colleagues, I'd ask for your green vote for all 3 appointments to the State Board of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no one in the queue, you're welcome to close. Senator Hansen waves close. Question before the body is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Ms. Clerk.
32 ayes, no nays, and adoption of the committee report, Mr. President.
The report is adopted. Next item.
Mr. President, the Transportation Telecommunications Committee would report favorably on the gubernatorial appointment of Roger Fagard, Russell L. Creechbaum Jr., and Stephen Rames to the Board of Public Roads Classifications and Standards.
Senator Mosier, you're welcome to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Transportation and Telecommunications Committee would ask you to vote favorably for the approval of Roger Figard, Russell Creechbaum, and Stephen Ramus to the Board of Public Roads Classifications and Standards. Roger Figard is, let's see here. Held a hearing on the appointment of Roger to the Board of Public Roads Classifications and Standards. He is a reappointment and will serve as a representative of municipalities over 50,000. He currently serves as the engineer executive director of the Lancaster County Railroad Transportation Safety District and served as the Lincoln City Engineer from 79 through 2017. He appeared before the committee and answered all questions raised by the committee. There was no opposition to the appointment, and the committee voted 8-0 to recommend his approval. Russell Creechbaum is a reappointment to the board. He appeared before the committee on April 4th. He represents Class 2 counties. He's retired from the Union Pacific Railroad and serves as a Merrick County Commissioner. He answered all questions asked of him, and there was no opposition to the appointment. The committee recommended his appointment on an 8-0 vote. Stephen Ramus is also a reappointment and represents municipalities of 2,500 to 50,000 on the board. He's the city engineer and public works director for the city of Norfolk and has served in this position since 2017. Prior to that, he had experience in the private sector and also served as the director of project management and engineering at South Dakota State University. He appeared via telephone and answered all questions of the committee. Roger Feigerd, the chair of the board, also appeared on his behalf, and there was no opposition to the appointment. The committee voted 8-0 to recommend his appointment. So the T&T committee recommends that we vote to approve all three candidates. Thank you.
Seeing no one in the queue, you're welcome to close. Senator Moser waives close. Colleagues, the question before the body is the adoption of the confirmation report from the Transportation Telecommunications Committee. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Ms. Clerk, please record.
31 ayes, no nays on the adoption of the committee report, Mr. President.
The committee report is adopted. Next item.
I have nothing further on the agenda, Mr. President.
Colleagues, the legislature will now stand at ease while we wait for the revisers to return bills to the floor. Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, your committee on enrollment review reports legislative bill 25, 126, 126A, 388, 388A, 937, 937A, 1023, 1023A, 1317, 1317A, 1363, 1363A, 1402, 1402A, as correctly engrossed and placed on final reading. Additionally, amendments to be printed from Senator DeBoer to LB 1402. Finally, Mr. President, priority motion. Senator Boastar would move to adjourn the body until Thursday, April 11th, 2024 at 9:00 a.m.
Colleagues, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. We are adjourned.